welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined in. So today we have Jason Christian on the hot shop floor. He's the one sitting and working at the center bench right here. And let me just give you a little bit of information about this artist. So he is a local artist. He's based in Seattle and has been an integral member of Chihuli's Boathouse team for almost a decade. He's the lead gaffer. The gaffer is basically like a glass-blowing team leader. They sit at the bench and they instruct those around them in creating a piece. And today, by the way, we are going to be making some of his yo-yos. And these are some very large pieces of glass. For example, what we have at the center bench here is pretty much only half of the piece. We have the other half over on the left bench that will eventually bring over and attach. So something to note about Jason's work is he uses a lot of classic Venetian techniques, and this includes reticello. Reticello is essentially crisscross lines of color within the glass coming from cane. And luckily we do have some examples of cane out. This is a completely unrelated project right here, but basically those sticks of colored glass, you can lay them out and pick them up on the outside of a piece to make patterns within the glass. This is a really complicated technique to get this pattern, so I won't be able to explain it entirely. They've already created the patterned glass and are working with it over on the left bench. And I would like to give a little bit of a tour of the hot shop, but I want to point out I have closed captioning up on the screen as well. Things are going to be a little echoey, a little bit loud throughout the day, so keep an eye on that. It should help out. Now, we're not using this quite yet, but these tanks on either side of the hot shop with the closed doors, those are our glass furnaces. So they hold the molten material, the molten clear glass inside of them. That's where we're starting a lot of our projects. And the molten glass, when it's about the texture of honey, when we first pick it up on the end of our pipe, is at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. I know, it's a lot of heat in here. And the glass will cool down and eventually become solid at about 1000 degrees Fahrenheit. So even if something looks cold, it's still got a lot of heat to it. We don't want it to drop below that temperature, otherwise it could break from thermal shock. And could we isolate an image or a couple of specifically the yo-yos, since that's what we're working on today? And for those who are here from pretty much the beginning, you'll have to bear with me. I'm probably going to be introducing everything a couple of times as more and more people join in, just to catch everyone up. But if you guys ever have any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. Yeah, could we have Jason's artwork up on the screen, please? So for those who are just joining in or recently joined in, I've just popped a slideshow up on the screen. And I'll make sure to point out Jason Christian's yo-yos, because those are specifically what we are working on today, but these are a variety of his works that he's made over time. Oh, these are the yo-yos right here. The image may be a little deceiving because these end up being about this wide. They're just humongous pieces of glass. So we have one half of the yo-yo created. This large ball of blown glass attached to the end of the pipe is eventually going to be opened and flared backward to create half of that yo-yo. And we have the other half of the yo-yo being worked on over on the far left bench. But our visiting artist himself, Jason Christian, he's the one who's sitting and working at the center bench. Everyone else is basically assisting him in creating these pieces of glass. So I just wanted to make sure you all had a chance to see some pictures of the final product. But yeah, once again, we have kind of a transparent color at the center bench, and then usually the other half of the yo-yo has a pattern to it. So I'm assuming that glass over on the left bench has a reticello on it, which are those crisscross lines of color that we saw in some of those images in the slideshow. Once again, very difficult traditional Venetian technique that is being implemented into the glass, starting with cane, which are these sticks of colored glass. So this large silver box, this is the garage, and it sits at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And I mentioned to a lot of you guys earlier, we don't want the glass to drop below that temperature, otherwise it can break from thermal shock. So we're setting it aside in there to just keep it warm while we finish off the second half of the piece. Yeah, they have to make sure it doesn't fall off center in there, so they're keeping it rotating while it's still a little bit warm. Once it cools enough, then they can just leave it. And could we have a view of the left bench, please? That's where we're going to be working for just a moment, it looks like. So this is our patterned piece of glass that I was talking about earlier. Before we even started blowing glass today, they had a cup-shaped piece of glass, kind of like this, that had the pattern already made on it. They just picked it up on the end of the pipe and started working with it again. So this was created beforehand, probably by the visiting artist himself. Also, I do want to mention today is the third Thursday of the month, which means that we are open later today till 8 p.m. There will be a different group coming in at about 5, and they'll be blowing glass themselves. The group is Hilltop Artists. It's a local nonprofit organization that allows kids 12 and up to blow glass, so you usually see a lot of youth on the floor during that time. It's pretty cool. So we're heating up the glass bubble, and we're rolling it on this metal table. This is just a pretty nice solid slab of stainless steel, and that should be smoothing the glass completely out. We had kind of a ridge where the cup connected to the end of the pipe. And just to make sure everyone's caught up, I want to reintroduce real quick the project that we're working on. So could I have some of those yo-yos up on the screen again, please? So first of all, we have visiting artist Jason Christian in the hot shop. And he's going to be sitting and working at the center bench. Looks like he's walked away for just a moment, maybe getting some water. But we have a huge team on the floor helping him create these yo-yos of his. These are some projects that he makes relatively frequently. He'll come into the hot shop and create these large-scale yo-yos. And we've already created half of the yo-yo, set it aside in this large silver box called the garage to keep it warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That's what they've been working on for a second, just making sure it doesn't fall off center or move when it's in that box. And then they're working on the second half of the yo-yo now over on the left bench. Can I please have the photo of the yo-yo up on the screen? Thank you. So for those who haven't seen the finished product of what we're making, that's up on the screen now. So once again, these are large blown yo-yos. They have a solid ball in the center that holds those two discs together. And yeah, these are usually assembled and kind of hung as you're seeing on the screen. Thank you. So that bubble of glass we've been working on, we've just gathered another layer of clear glass over top of it, which is why it is brighter and larger than just a few moments ago. This is to add a bit more material to work with so we can blow it out a little bit further, make it larger, and also to cover up the cane, make sure it's not on the surface of the piece. So we've already been seeing a pretty wide variety of tools being used, but I always love to point out these two metal blades that he's using now. Those are the jacks, and we'll use them eventually to create a jack line in the glass, which is a breaking point that we take the entire piece off of the pipe from later on. And I would assume, yeah, we already have a jack line on the first half of the yo-yo that we created and set aside. And next we go in with this pad. This is actually just folded up newspaper that has been soaked or splashed with water. That's all that material is. This is as close as we get to using our hands to shape the glass. And we'll be using this as they start to blow the glass out. Yeah, all those small pieces of glass I've been taking off from the piece and dropping onto the floor, they've finally started to cool down, and you can see the true color of the glass a lot better. I always want to point out that the orange of the glass when we're working with it is just the glass being so hot that it's irradiating light as well as heat, kind of like lava. But as it cools, it's going to go back to its true color. In this case, it looks like it's going to be a pink. And if you missed this earlier, once again, this is the glass furnace, and we're getting another layer of clear over top of everything. Just to point out, this tank holds up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass, and we have 2 of them. So we do use quite a bit of glass in this hot shop. People travel from across the world to be able to work here. We have tons of visiting artists every month. Yeah, there's always something going on down in this hot shop. Also, anything that drips into that bucket by the furnace, this is all clear glass, so we'll eventually crush it up and throw it back into the and completely reuse all that clear glass. Yeah, we start blowing once we have all of the glass that we need for the project or for the part of the project. So as soon as they have all the glass or all the mass that they need, then they'll start blowing it out. But yes, it does have to be a certain temperature for it to be able to move. Like if it were about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, then it would be solid and it wouldn't be able to blow out. So it has to be above that temperature. And we usually don't blow into the glass when it's completely molten, like fresh out of the furnace, because then it's uncontrollable and it can blow very quickly or we could lose the shape. Yeah. Yeah, so all the furnaces and all that equipment along the back walls actually are running off of natural gas. Yeah, I've been in hot shops for over 7 years now, so I might be kind of nose blind to certain things. And then there's also a lot of kind of smell of burnt wood, kind of like a bonfire, campfire. That's my favorite. I don't know why. I really like that smell. And then it clings to my clothes, and I go home smelling like the hot shop. And we've used this multiple times already today, but this is a pipe cooler, trough of water that we're setting the pipe into all the way over on the left side of the hot shop. Just making it so we can handle the pipe closer to the glass and get some better leverage against it. Yeah, so good question. Sometimes we will spray water into the furnace. I don't know if anyone else noticed. Just a spray bottle of water. This is hopefully hitting the surface of the glass and breaking any air bubbles that have risen to the surface of the glass so that we don't get those air bubbles in our next layer of clear. If we ever do get any air bubbles or particles in the piece, sometimes you'll see them sit at the bench and start picking at the fresh molten glass and then cutting those little pieces off. So they do manage to clean up any little things like that, but best to avoid them if we can. So I want to emphasize this is a massive amount of glass. I would not be able to lift this. It may not be a ton of mass on its own, but when it's on the end of the pipe, it has all that leverage against you. Exactly. And that's why you see them kind of walking around like this sometimes, really putting their back into it. And that's why they're all really buff. One thing that people don't think about as well is how much squeezing you have to do in here. When we use the jacks eventually, which I'll point out again, are those two metal blades. We're going to squeeze down onto the glass. It takes a lot of forearm strength and all that turning. Yeah, so once again, rolling the glass on the marver, which is this metal table, solid slab of stainless steel. It's kind of sucking the heat out of the glass wherever it's touching, and hopefully it's going to prevent it from blowing out too much in that direction. So you can kind of control which area of the bubble is thicker. So I've seen these made before, but for some reason I can't remember off the top of my head exactly how long. I bet it's something like about half the day for one piece. So maybe they can make two pieces in a day. Usually you don't want to pause a project and set it aside for too long. I mean, depending on what you're working on, but these are really large and it's hard to heat up and cool down that glass slow enough to prevent thermal shock. So we have to finish it within the day at least. Yeah, definitely. So, for example, if we were to make something like a cup, whether it's a fancy one like a goblet and it has a stem and a foot, or if it's just a twisted cup, those have usually been between 5 and 30 minutes, depending on the complexity. So, if we're making something small, we can whip them out like crazy, finish a bunch in a day. And then there are pieces that can actually be worked on for months, even, because you can heat up a piece of glass really slowly from room temperature, and you can also bring it down really slowly back to room temperature after starting to work with it. And there are glass pieces that have a really high level of detail, such as, maybe the sea turtle that you'll see in the galleries. And that has been cold worked. They've ground and etched at the surface of the glass and then refired it. So here we are using the jacks, and Jason is squeezing down off the end of the pipe, starting that jack line. Once again, the jack line is a divot right off the end of the pipe, and this is where we break the entire piece off later on. And I will start blowing this up. And for everyone who just joined in, first of all, welcome into the Hot Shop. And I want to share who we have here and what we have going on. So we have Jason Christian on the Hot Shop floor. He's the one sitting and working at the center bench, and everyone else is assisting him in making this work. They're mostly our resident Hot Shop team that works here full time. And by the way, I do have closed captioning on the screen. It's going to be pretty loud and echoey in here, so I'll point that out before I continue too far. But we are making one of Jason Christian's yo-yos, and these end up being pretty large pieces of glass. You can already see how much glass we have on the end of our pipe, but as we blow this out, it'll get even bigger. We finished the first half of the yo-yo earlier. That's sitting inside of this silver box. Looks like they are preparing to take it out pretty soon. And we're finishing off the second half of the yo-yo at the center bench here, which has a pattern within the glass called reticello, basically these crisscrossing lines of color starting from cane. It's a really interesting process, a really interesting pattern, and as they blow it out further and it cools down, you'll be able to see it much better. And of course, feel free to ask any questions that you might have, whether it's about the visiting artist or whether it's about just glass in general, the hot shop, the galleries. If you're curious, we're using these wooden paddles to shield the artist's hands and arm from the heat that's radiating off of the piece. There's a lot of heat coming off of this piece, especially since there's so much material. Hey, welcome into the hot shop to everyone who just joined in. So we're working on a pretty large piece of glass right now. The person who's sitting and working at the center bench is our visiting artist today. His name's Jason Christian. And he is a local artist based in Seattle. He'll visit every once in a while to work on these large projects. And today we're working on making some of his yo-yos. And I think these yo-yos end up being about this wide. Huge. Some of them are so large that they just barely fit inside of our reheating chamber or the glory hole. Sits at about 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, that open face furnace, just to give you an idea of the temperatures and heat in here. And you guys are visiting at a good time when it's cool in the morning, so we won't have to deal with too much heat. So there's this large bit of clear on the end of the bubble left over. This is a purposeful leftover bit of solid glass that'll be an attachment point between the center of the yo-yo and the disc itself, which is this is one of the discs. And it looks like I can pull up an image of some of these yo-yos now. I've been talking them up and telling lots of people about them. This is a good example up on the screen now. So this is what some of the final products can end up looking like. And of course, I want to point out once again that this bubble that we're working on has reticello in the glass, which are those crisscross lines of color, kind of like the large orange disc that's closest to the camera in this photo. That one has reticello as well. So yeah, very exciting project. It'll be fun to see them attach these pieces of glass. Once again, feel free to ask any questions if you guys have any. Thank you. Thank you. Let's focus back at the center bench. And just a little bit of information about our visiting artist, by the way. He is a current integral member of Chihuli's Boathouse team. He's one of the lead gaffers. The gaffer is when you sit at the bench and you're kind of instructing the team around you, kind of like a team leader. And he started blowing glass at the age of 21, or getting involved in glass art. And he started in one of many ways that you can get involved, but he started by charging furnaces, which is filling the furnace with the glass material that melts down and turns into our workable molten clear glass. Yeah, I just want to point out real quick that we've pulled out the first half of the yo-yo that we worked on earlier, and that's over on the left bench. This is the transparent color half as well as the solid ball that's going to be the center of the yo-yo itself. Yep, so this is exciting. Looks like we've just brought our second piece over. And it's once again making sure that all of our glass is staying warm. If anything drops too far below 1000 degrees Fahrenheit, then the glass could crack or break. So we're just making sure to heat things up briefly overall, and then we're also more so superheating our connection points with this smaller handheld torch. I'm sure you can already tell that this torch is pretty hot, but this is running off of propane and oxygen, so we have a much hotter, more focused flame. since it's being fed oxygen, but this can get up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, apparently, this small handheld torch. So it'll very quickly heat up small section at a time. We use it for sculpting and all these small details like we're doing right now. So they actually started working on this project before the museum even opened. I think that they sometimes will start at about 9 a.m. Yeah, I think they started probably about 9. I came in at 9:30, so I'm not exactly sure, but they were already working on it. Yeah, I was describing to someone earlier, these projects are huge. They can usually only finish one in one half of the day. So after heating up those connection points, they bring those two pieces together. And they have to let this connection set up enough that it's not going to be just flopping and moving around like crazy when they break this piece off of the pipe. So something important they have to do, they have to make sure that these connection points between the pipes are warm, so they're using two torches to do that at the same time. If that connection is cold, then when they break this piece off, cracks can travel through the glass. So just like that, they've broken off that extra pipe. And let's give them a round of applause for that huge pivotal moment. It's anxiety provoking, but it's also so exciting and interesting to watch. So now that we have everything attached together, we can start focusing on finishing the shape, which once again, we're going to go inside of these bubbles and flare them completely open into that disc-like shape. We can only do this one side at a time, of course, starting with this front end. So now we've got enough heat to start working on opening up this bubble. Jason's using some jacks, going inside of the piece, slowly lifting and widening the opening. And yeah, for those who just joined in and are just joining in still, I wanted to share, once again, we have a visiting artist. His name is Jason Christian. He's the one who's holding the jacks and the paddle here up in the front. Everyone else is supporting him in creating this work of his today. And what we're seeing today is basically a giant yo-yo. And this is going to happen in front of your own eyes, so it's not a huge need for me to explain it, but we are going to start opening up these bubbles until they're completely flared out into a disc-like shape on either side. We just focus on one side first, and we have to transfer it to a different pipe, and then we can open up the final side. These end up being really large pieces of glass that kind of push the limit to what we can fit inside of there sometimes. And could we have Jason's slideshow up on the screen, please? Thank you. So I wanted to show this off for those who haven't had a chance to see it yet. Up on the screen, there's a slideshow going. And you'll see that our visiting artist works quite a bit with Venetian techniques, especially Reticello. This is something that you'll see in a lot of his pieces, those crisscross lines of color, including this piece right here. Yeah, so now we're using basically some pachofis, which are like the jacks where they have those metal blades. This time they have wooden blades, and these have been wrapped in wet newspaper to protect those wooden blades at least a little bit. But we're using it to push against the inside of the bubble with the tips of the blades and kind of widen it from the base first. And the best way to describe the reason for doing that, if we're making a low bowl or a plate, we want the base to be quite wide, right? We don't want those tall walls, so we have to widen it in a certain way. We can't use the metal blades to do that. They'll gouge and scrape at the glass. And eventually, once they get this opened wide enough, this is my favorite part, to finish flaring it out, they just start spinning the glass really quickly, and it flares open from centrifugal force, that outward pulling force from spinning. So that's how they create kind of a perfect plate-like shape. And so once again, once they got it wide open enough and they got enough heat in there, they were able to just spin the pipe a little bit faster and that flared the glass open. And this is going to be heated a little bit further and then pushed backward onto itself to create almost a dome shape. Because once again, these are yo-yos. We're not going to be leaving these discs completely flat. They do have a little bit of curvature and shape to them. Yeah, do we have any slides or diagrams to show off Reticello? Something that I've been able to describe off and on, but this will show it off a little bit better. So I was describing to some people earlier how to get this patterning that we're seeing on the bubble that's still attached to the end of the pipe that hasn't been opened up yet. So this has Reticello on it, and Reticello comes from cane, which are these sticks of colored glass. Luckily, we do have some examples on the front table here, but it's as you'd imagine. Once again, a stick of colored glass. So this could be laid out and then rolled up on the end of a pipe or on top of a bubble and then twisted to create a spiral of lines or a spiral of colors like you were seeing on the screen. And then one of those, they create two of those bubbles twisting in opposite directions. They turn one of them into a cup, which I have this handy dandy example here, has a rounded bottom so that it fits the second bubble inside of it basically perfectly. And when you layer those on top of each other, of course, that creates the crisscross lines of color. It's a really complex technique. It's hard to get them twisted the exact same amount, so it creates a perfect square. I don't know, it's just really impressive. But Jason's been working with glass for a while, especially centering around Venetian techniques, including Reticello. So Jason's just picked up a piece of chalk and created a target to hit on the end, because soon we'll have to bring over another pipe and attach it to the end of this piece and then break the entire thing off of the pipe that it's on right now. And that's how we open up the other side of it and flare that other side out. I'm sure some of you guys were wondering how we would finish it off. So we're paying a lot of special attention to any areas that might be getting too cold. So areas like the very edge of the disc, we're heating up with this sharper flame, making sure it doesn't get too cold enough to crack or break. And then we're heating up the moil, which is the section of the glass that's attached to the pipe. We always want that area to be warm, especially when we go ahead and break the piece off. When we break a piece off, we create thermal shock on purpose in that connection. But if the surrounding glass is cold, those cracks can travel through the piece. So we just keep everything warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, maybe a little bit warmer at certain points. Yeah, and since we have had quite a few new people join in here and there, I wanted to mention again that today's third Thursday. So every third Thursday of every month, we're open late till about 8 p.m. And we'll have a different group coming in and blowing glass at about 5. So you'll see a variety of pieces made today if you stick around. Yeah, for those who have recently joined in, I just wanted to share once again that we have visiting artist Jason Christian, and he is up in the front here with me actually at this moment. Everyone else is supporting him in creating the work that you're seeing today, which we should be seeing multiple of his yo-yos made today. These are really large, as you're seeing, of course. We've completed one half of the yo-yo where we flared it open into that disc, and now we have to finish off the other side. So we're preparing a pipe to bring over attached to the disc that we flared out, and then we'll break the entire thing off of the pipe that it's on right now. So we've just brought over the punty, which is essentially a second pipe with some sort of clear attachment on it. And it depends on the piece, the shape of that attachment. In this case, we have a sculptural punty, so solid clear glass rod on the end that we've just attached to the end of our piece. And after making sure that connection is set up, they shock that connection to the original pipe and give it a tap. And it looks like that was a successful break. I'm just going to go ahead and heat up the entire thing, making sure it doesn't cool down too much. And success. So let's give them a round of applause for that second pivotal moment. It's always so exciting to watch them transfer it to a different pipe. Now that we've done that, we can start working on this other end, opening that up. Yeah, glass is super unique. It's not like anything else. It's so technically challenging. Also, I want to mention again, this is really cool, exciting. This second half of the piece that we haven't opened up yet, it has that patterned glass on it. So as we open it up, we'll be able to see that pattern even better than before. But definitely keep an eye out for it. Once again, this patterning where we have the netting sort of design or the crisscross lines of color, this is called reticello. It's a Venetian technique. So we're starting to open up this second half of our yo-yo. Once again, we're starting off using the jacks, which are those two metal blades. We'll push a wooden paddle against the opening to kind of round and smooth that out. Since we broke it off of that pipe, it might have a little bit of unevenness, so not a huge deal. And then once again, we'll also use those wooden paddles to shield the artist's hands from the heat. So they completely flare it open. So it starts off almost completely enclosed. They go inside and they slowly widen that opening and then open it up completely. Yeah, I think the best way to describe it, as I was kind of comparing it to earlier, is maybe a flower unfurling, like depending on what flower you think of, maybe. But yeah, so it'll completely open up. Huh? Yeah, a lot of the people on the floor are extremely experienced artists. Well, I guess I should say everyone. They're all extremely experienced artists. A lot of them have 20 to 30 years of experience, is something I like to point out. So they're very professional artists. So this is unusual. You don't usually get to go into a public hot shop and see something this large be made, something this professional. Yeah, sometimes they'll start working on projects a little bit earlier. So they actually did start working on this one at about 9 this morning, I would assume. Started working on it before I even came in. But they also worked on this patterned piece of glass, once again, the Reticello, on a previous date beforehand, and then they brought in that cup pre-made. So a cup like this had a rounded bottom, much larger than this, of course, and it had the pattern already on it. So they were able to just pick it up and start working with it, blowing it out. A lot of visiting artists will come in and they'll have a lot of work already done just so that they can do the quick, or not quick, the big parts of the process here in the hot shop. So we're continuing to open this piece up using these wooden blades now, and these are wrapped in wet newspaper. Once again, the idea of using these is to be able to use the tips of the blades and push from the inside and slowly widen the shape from the inside. And I always emphasize this isn't possible with the metal blades, because if we're using the tips of those, it's just going to scrape and create these lines on the inside of the piece as we continue to turn. And I did just get a good question about color, so if anyone is curious about the colors in glass, I'll share about that briefly. But so this is a piece of color bar, for example. This is what they use for the center of these rods right here, cane, and that's what we can use to get the striping in the glass. Or we can use solid pieces of this and get a layer of color within the wall of the bubble and blow that out, and then it appears to be a solid color all throughout, kind of like this piece right here. Solid surface of blue. There's no speckling, there's no blemishing on the surface, it's just that solid color. And we don't make this color, we get it shipped in that bar form or other forms and just use it. But it's different metals and oxides and minerals mixed into the glass to get the different colors. So to finish flaring this out, as you noticed, we just heat that glass up and then start to spin the pipe a little bit faster. Once again, just using centrifugal force to pull and flare that glass outward. So that has opened up the disc to its full size. There's still a little bit of shaping that needs to be done to match that first side where it's pushed back and curved into more of a dome-like shape. So to push or bend this back, Jace is applying some pressure on the inside of the disc with those blades that he was using moments ago, and pushing from the front using the pad of newspaper. And something that they're keeping a really close eye on is everything being lined up. They want to keep everything straight, so they'll probably use some wooden paddles every once in a while and just touch things up a little bit. Yeah, once again, just to make sure that these discs are staying even, the same shape, and the entire piece stays straight overall, they're just going to be doing a little bit of touching up before they get ready to break it off and put it away. But this is the overall shape that they are going for, and what you see is pretty close to the final product. And just to share real quick, when they do break this piece off and put it away, it's going to go inside of most likely the annealer on the right wall. These large boxes that we have throughout the room on the walls and in the front of the audience on either side, these are all annealers, and the job of the annealers to sit at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit all day, and we just continuously fill it up with new pieces that we finish. And then at the end of the day, we press a button and it very slowly cools everything down all at once. And this cycle is really important. It's usually an overnight cycle to cool throughout properly, up to about 2 days, depending on the thickness of the glass. And this is all to prevent thermal shock. So they're using this really hot torch to heat up basically right at the end of the pipe, right where that clear rod is attached to the piece. And they're heating that up until they see a little bit of movement in there. They're probably going to kind of weaken that connection between the piece and the pipe, or just start working on that area a little bit. Because once again, this is where we're breaking the piece off, right where they're using that really hot torch. And we are going to leave that large rod of clear attached to the piece. This is something, I think they might even use it as a part of the assembly process, but if not, it'll eventually be cut, ground, polished off during the cold working process. Yeah, so we can see somebody getting suited up over on the right. So this big shiny suit and those Kevlar gloves are going to protect this artist as they pick up the piece off the end of the pipe to be put away. Yeah, usually to put pieces away, we break it off at the bench and then we carry it to be put away, interestingly enough. And this doesn't mean that they're breaking it off right this second. Oftentimes when they weaken that connection by kind of cutting at it, they'll have somebody underneath ready to catch it just in case it decides to spontaneously pop off. And that is so important because it happens more often than you might think. So right before they break the piece off, they always announce to the team last flash, and that means that they're going inside of the furnace one more time to heat it up. And then they go in with their water, once again cracking that connection with thermal shock. Tap of the pipe. And just like that, the piece was broken off and put away. Once again, inside of this annealer, it sits at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and it'll slowly cool down overnight. And let's give them one more round of applause for finishing that piece. Super exciting to watch. I know it happens so fast right at the very end, all that preparation just for that one moment. And that was our first piece of the day. We were working on that since about 9 this morning. Now let's Right, so we've popped the slideshow of our visiting artist's work back up on the screen, but I think we might take an early lunch, which means that we'll be back at about 1 p.m. So I'm sorry if you guys just joined in. We just finished that huge piece, and the artists need to take their break. But when we come back, we should see another one of those yo-yos made. And if anyone has any final questions, please feel free to ask away. But if not, then we'll see you in about an hour.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Hot Shop. My name is Emily, and I'll be your MC for a bit this afternoon. Our guest artist in the Hot Shop today is Jason Christian. He will be creating his larger than life size yo yo's. And so, to watch that come together, it'll be three different parts. We'll have one side that's a transparent, one side that has pattern, and then the middle will consist of a marble to bring it all together. I'll let you know exactly what we're doing in the process in just a moment. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask questions. Once again, my name's Emily. I'll be happy to answer your questions. So the process will start by dipping into the furnace. We've already dipped into the furnace once and blown a bubble. That furnace can hold up to about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass, and it rests at about 2,100 degrees. So as he dips into the furnace, he'll rotate that rod and he'll gather more glass. So we have to gradually build up our gathers to have a large mass of glass to be able to blow a piece out. Right now, there's no color in the glass as of yet. It's only clear glass within our furnaces. For the pattern, we'll pick up a cup of pattern out of the oven in a moment. You'll be able to see that happen. But for now, we're just building up the layers slowly of clear glass. So So Sarah's prepping the marble portion of the yo-yo. So she dipped into the annealer there to pick up a cup of color. She stuffed it with clear glass, and now she'll start to shape the marble. She picked up color out of the annealing oven. So it's a cup of color. So our guest artist for the day, Jason Christian, is a glass artist living in the Seattle area. He was born in 1976 to a metal fabricator and a cardiac nurse. He became involved in glass art at the age of 21, starting as a factory charger and slowly developing his knowledge through experience. He has worked with a variety of well-known artists in the Seattle community, including Martin Blank, Preston Singletary, James Mongrain, and Nancy Callan. For almost a decade, he's been an integral member of the Dale Chihuly Boathouse team, collaborating and working with international artists, including Pino Signoretti. Jason's here in the cap with the maroon shirt. So when we strip the glass into that steel bucket there, we can recycle it because it's clear, it doesn't contain any color, and it hasn't touched anything else. It's not contaminated. Can we see the furnace diagram? So as you can see there, the glass furnace is powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass. It rests at 2,100 degrees. So the more that we dip into the furnace, we're able to gather another layer of glass. We need enough glass to be able to achieve this very large disc of the yo-yo. Thank you. Some more? Yeah. All right. So now he'll dip into the annealing oven to pick up another cup. He'll stuff all that clear glass, and then when you'll be able to see the pattern or just the color when he comes out. So stuffing the glass into these cups is the way that we're adding color to the glass today. There are many different ways you can add color to glass. You can use color bar, crushed glass, which we call frit, which gives you those dots, those speckles on the surface of glass, or you can use powder. And now we'll go in and out of the reheating chamber to get the glass nice and hot. When we work in and out of these reheating chambers, there's only thermal energy inside of the glory holes. There's no glass. There's no molten glass. Can we see the glory hole diagram? So as you can see there, the glory holes are powered by natural gas and forced air. They're used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and they rest at about 2,300 degrees. The hollow fire brick within the barrels can withstand the very high temperatures. He'll go in with the block to shape the glass. The block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that has been soaking in water. It allows for those outer layers to be cooled down while keeping the core nice and hot. So when we blow into the pipe, the piece will expand evenly. So as he shapes the glass, he'll use papers, newspaper. That's just newspaper that has been folded up and soaked in water, which will allow him to shape with his hand. So before we dip into the furnace to add more glass around the bubble, we have to allow it to just chill and set itself up for a bit. It's very much so like an onion. We have to slowly build all the layers before we're able to blow the bubble out. Steel's not the best conductor of heat, but as it starts to get a little warm after we constantly dip into those high temperature ovens, it'll get a little warm to touch. So he's going over to the pipe cooler to cool it down just a bit. If we have an image of Jason's yo-yos, feel free to put it up onto the monitor at any time. We're going to make a large scale yo-yo similar to the ones here. One side with pattern, one side will be a transparent color, and the middle will be that really pretty marble that we just placed into the garage. I don't know the exact colors yet because the glass is hot. But the garage is where we sit pieces to rest until we're ready to reincorporate them into the process. So the cooler side will be about 800 degrees and the hot side will be about 1,000 degrees. So we just park items there until we're ready to take them out and add them to the piece. So you'll see he'll follow his arm with the paddles because that glass is probably well above 2,000 degrees. So it's super duper hot. So he'll shield all that radiating energy. And then back into the reheating chamber to get it nice and hot so we can continue to shape it and blow it out. For those of you who are just joining, welcome to the Hot Shop. Jason Christian is the guest artist for the day. He's making a large scale yo-yo. So he'll blow into the end of the pipe to continue to expand the bubble. He'll give it a little flash right there, so then when it's a nice preheat, so when we go back into the reheating chamber, that part of the glass will be a lot softer than the rest. So now he'll go in with the jacks and he'll slowly tighten his grip. He's carving in a jack line. This is an indication of the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. So he's helping move the bubble away from the pipe. We need a really good jack line so we can remove the glass from the pipe at a different point in the process. So today is third Thursday, and the Museum of Glass will be open from 5 to 8 this evening, and we'll have the Hilltop artist working in the hot shop. And every third Thursday here in the hot shop, we're free to the public. And the Hilltop Artists is a youth program where young artists start working as young as 12, and they get to come here to the hot shop and display their glassmaking skill sets. So if you're interested in hanging out late or grabbing dinner and coming back, you could even eat it here in the hot shop and hang out and watch the youth artists create on the hot shop floor. So now we'll connect the marble to one side of the disc. He'll add a little bit of water. The water will set in, cause thermal shock. He'll cinch it a bit with the scissors and then tap the pipe to remove the extra pipe. So now we'll start to clean this portion of the yo-yo up, and then on the left side of the hot shop, they're going to begin to, I think we're going to begin to pick up the other cover pattern. I'm not exactly sure, so I'll let you guys know in just a second. So he'll carve into the glass by using the jacks to slowly pinch into the material. When you do this, it helps remove extra material, then in with the diamond shears. And those diamond shears are made specifically for the glass making process, so they cut in a 360. Cutting in a 360 helps eliminate materials in one snip, and it helps you remove your hand from those really high temperatures a bit quicker than cutting at an angle. So he'll dip into the annealing oven to pick up the cup that has pattern on the surface, and then once we come out of that annealing oven, it's important to get it into the super high temperatures. So he'll go into that reheating chamber to get it nice and hot, all melt it together. They'll start to blow this one out also, and then eventually they'll connect the two together. So we place the marble and the other side of the disc inside of the garage, so it'll rest there until it's ready to be reworked into the process. We're going to work on the disc with pattern now. Could we please see the yo-yos that have already been created? So up on the big screen there, we're looking at the sides with the pattern. On the very far left of the hot shop, we have some cups of pattern. We have a cup of pattern. We may actually gather over this and then continue to blow it out. We will melt it all together, so we'll place it all together when they take it out of the garage, but not yet. So they're slowly building each part up. I hope you guys have a wonderful Thursday. Thanks for hanging out with us in the hot shop. We're not done yet. We're still working.
All right, so I just want to quickly say hello to everyone. My name is Charlotte. I'm going to be your new MC for the rest of today. So that means if you have any questions, you can now come to me and I can answer anything that you want to know about our hot shop and what we're working on today. As Emily had said, we're working on those yo-yos that we threw a picture of onto the big screen so that everybody could kind of see the components that eventually are all going to be coming together to form it. It's a little bit of a complicated process, so a lot of what we're going to be doing in our hot shop today is really just watching and observing. And so that means if you have any questions while we are kind of watching the process, please let me know and I can kind of give you as much information as I possibly can. A lot of the stuff that this artist does can be pretty complicated and complex. So I definitely just suggest everybody in the audience kind of just watches and takes in all the small details that are going to start to unfold. And again, if you have any questions, you're free to raise a hand and also come down to the front and chat with me. Otherwise, I'm going to let you guys just kind of enjoy. If you need anything, I'm here. I also would like to throw out a reminder to everybody that it is very warm in our hot shop today. Since the summer sun has been out, it gets a lot warmer in here than usual. So we do have complimentary water right by the entrance to the hot shop. If at any moment you need some, it's there for you. And we also have the cafe open as well. I just want to make sure everybody knows to stay hydrated, especially in this heat. All right, so we've now noticed that one of the components of the yo-yo that we're making has been moved over to our kind of center bench here. You'll also notice that we're using our very large glory hole. So that's because we're expecting this piece to get very big. Of course, right now it doesn't seem very large, but it's going to grow in size quite a bit as we start to add those other components of our yo-yo, and we start to kind of build all of the parts together. What I'll point out right now is that on this kind of centerpiece that we're working on right now, you're going to see a pattern in the glass. This pattern is what we call reticello. It's a very sophisticated type of pattern work that can be done in glass. And Jason, he's actually pretty well known for his reticello. So if we could actually see the yo-yo example up on the screen, we'll see if we can get that up shortly so that you can actually see what that reticello will look like. Yeah, some of that reticello you can see like on that big orange one. You can see how it's this crisscrossing pattern of, yeah, here's another really good example that can be done in the glass to create this really interesting pattern. Here's another one of his. So definitely not easy to do, and you're going to be able to start seeing that pattern show up a lot more as it kind of inflates, but also as it starts to cool down. So right now, since the glass is so hot, the color that we're seeing isn't fully accurate to what it will look like once it's cooled. And so you can also see that it's really hard to see any sort of pattern. Right now it looks like it's just this kind of dark orange color, when in reality, when you start to look a little bit closer, there are these very, very fine stripes happening on the outer surface. Yeah, so it can be done in a number of ways, but oftentimes it will get, packaged very safely and shipped. Sometimes on, trucks, and sometimes it even goes on airplanes. Lots of people end up traveling, with glass packaged in very careful ways so that they can be able to travel with it. But most of the time with larger exhibits like that, they're going to be installed somewhere and usually kept there for a pretty long time, if not permanently. So some of those larger installations probably won't ever have to travel anywhere else. So they only have to make like one trip, and they try to be very careful about making sure nothing breaks. Yeah, so you'll actually get to see a look at what it'll look like when the yo-yo is finished. One single yo-yo is that round with the middle and another round. So it'll be like two discs that have that middle attachment in the center, and it is one complete piece. So that's why it ends up taking them quite a lot of prep work and time, and then it's also why we're having to use this really big glory hole. It's why we have so many hands on deck. It's because we're expecting it to get really large. But sometimes you will find glass blowers and pieces that they've made that are quite large that are made up of separate pieces that can then be either glued together or actually kind of like put together in a certain way with wiring. So yeah, it can be a variety of ways. But you'll actually get to see the full piece come together. Of course, if you stay until the end, but it is going to be probably a couple hours. So, yeah, it takes a little bit of time. It will get finished today. The thing about glass blowing is that we can't really put things down until it is finished. So we can't put it away anywhere for us to start on it tomorrow. It needs to get done. So that's part of the reason why earlier today we took an early lunch, because we knew that we weren't going to be able to finish anything in an hour, and we can't leave anything to come back to after lunch, especially on that large of a scale. Yes, it is very much like you have to see it from beginning to end. There's no stopping in the middle like you could with maybe a painting, you know, right? You could stop, take a break, come back to it a couple days later. We kind of have to get it all done while it's hot. Sometimes you can reheat certain things, and there are, of course, bending to those rules, but most of the time we will finish something all the way through. Yeah, of course, of course. If you have any more questions, let me know. I heard something about expansion, they're blowing their breath. So they're blowing their own breath into the pipe. So you'll notice one of our glass blowers kind of sits on this far end, and the pipe actually tapers, and there's a hollow space that runs through the whole thing, and they will blow their own air into the glass, and that's what inflates it. Yeah, so you can see him doing it now, blowing that air into the glass, and then you'll be able to see the glass start to slowly expand. So since we are going to be working with this glass here in the center for a little while, and it's going to get kind of, a little bit tedious, we're going to see, can we actually play the Meet the Artist video for Jason Christian? If we can play that video, we can give you guys a little bit more background on the artist himself, past work that he's done, and the previous times that he's actually been here at the museum as well. So hopefully we can see that video in a moment here.
My name is Jason Christian. I reside from Ballard, Washington, originally from Coopville, Woodby Island, Washington. I've been making glass for 28 years. I started in a factory called the Glass
Could
Eye
we up
Studio
the
in
volume
Seattle,
on the
Washington.
video just a
I
bit?
was lucky enough to be in Seattle, where it was the golden era of glass in the city. There was lots and lots of studios, so I could at any given day walk into a studio and just open the doors and learn. I started coming here months after it opened, so it's been fun to grow with the team and know everyone and meet all the people that have come and gone and stayed, and it's a part of me and part of my career, so I'm grateful for having me and being a part of my life. Making really big yo-yos. They're massive. We're pushing the scale. These are some of the biggest ones I've ever made. First of all, I love the texture of glass patterns that you make. The traditional patterns like Radicello and Merletto, the filigrana patterns, and I love to be able to actually touch those patterns and feel that. It's like a fabric. The patterns and colors, I make those all by myself. So like the Radicello and all the Marini and stuff, I can make that. I've taught myself how to make that by myself. So when I was designing these, it was really important to me to be able to have that visually, that texture being exposed, and to be able to touch it, to get that sense of touch in the piece. There is a deeper meaning to those pieces. My stepfather, when I was 12 years old, kind of brought my mom and I back together. My mom had left my life when I was 3, and then we were able to kind of mend that with my mom. My stepfather bought me this yo-yo, and one that lights up red and blue on either side, and you throw it, it lights up. And it was this object that forever I have a memory of us coming together. And it's funny when we're making this object here in the hot shop, when those two sides kind of come together, there's some kind of metaphor within that. I met a lot of these guys, when they were in high school, Trenton and Jack, and I have a 4-year-old son. It's cool to kind of get in touch with the youth that way too, so I kind of know what's going on in my son's life a little bit, so yeah.
All right, perfect. So there's a little bit kind of a more sneak peek into our artist here, and then also gave you kind of more of a visual idea of how those yo-yos really start to look here on the hot shop floor, not just up in an installation. It's kind of hard to kind of gauge that size, but I think that our Meet the Artist video does a really good job of showing you that. I mean, they are huge pieces of glass that we're putting together and completing kind of all in one go and putting it away into the annealer and letting it cool down. So again, it's going to be a little bit of a slower process to get to that, end goal of that massive yo-yo. But we hope that you hang out or maybe kind of come back and forth. Again, it is very warm in our hot shop, so I definitely understand. And if you want to go get some of that nice AC inside the museum for a little bit, or also just make sure you got some water on hand. right, so we've gotten to a point where we've started to see the expansion of the glass that we're currently working with, and we're also starting to see that reticello pattern start to show up a lot more now that we have kind of stretched our glass. Our pattern isn't quite as condensed anymore and is now starting to expand. So we're going to start to get some really good looks at that pattern work that Jason does, specifically his reticello. You're also going to notice that he's going in and starting to create what we call the jack line. So this is kind of like a indentation, a weak spot in the glass, kind of what we would consider almost like a neckline to the piece. And he does it by taking this tool that we call the jacks and actually pinching and applying that pressure up towards where the glass meets the pipe. So you can see how he's having to use kind of all of his force to actually get that glass to kind of pinch inwards on itself, again, creating this weak spot. It's really important for us as glass blowers because it's where we're going to eventually be able to break the glass off of its pipe from. So we create this weak spot on purpose so that we'll be able to eventually get it off of its pipe. Or else we would be forever stuck and we wouldn't be able to then put it away into our annealer to slowly cool down once it's been finished. I'll also point out that, again, we're using this big silver box over here, what we call the garage, to actually store some of the parts and pieces that we may have already finished. So the garage is at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It's really important to us because it allows us to keep things at this perfect temperature where it's not too hot, not too cold, so the glass isn't going to take a new shape, but it's also not going to get so cold that it cracks or breaks in any way. So I like to call it kind of like the waiting room. It just gets to hang out in there and like wait for us to be ready for it. And then eventually we can pull it out and actually attach it to the rest of the piece or finish preparing it for the rest of the piece. For those of you that are just recently joining us, we're working on these very large yo-yos. So Jason Christian, who's here sitting at the bench in the burgundy t-shirt, he's pretty well known for these very large yo-yos that he makes. If we could actually see the example of the yo-yos on the big screen. We'll get that image up. Yeah, there we go. So you can kind of get a little bit of an idea of what these yo-yos roughly will look like. Of course, they also are showing you a lot of those really beautiful patterns and cane work that he does as well. Specifically, what we're going to be seeing here on display is the reticello pattern that he does. Could we see any images of the reticello that Jason has done in the past? But I encourage you to kind of keep an eye on this center here because you're going to start to see that pattern show up a lot more, and we're also going to see it continue to just expand. Oh, here we go. So here's a really great example of that reticello. So you can see it's very fine crossing of striping lines that then create these kind of like intersections between one another, these crossing of the pattern. Oftentimes it'll actually create these very minuscule bubbles in between as well. So very intricate pattern work that he does. And although it may not look like it right now, this piece that is in front of us does have that same patterning on it. Yeah, so the same crossing, what we call reticello. So you're going to see that we're continuing to blow air into one end of the pipe. So one of the glass blowers is using his own breath to blow air into the glass. Oftentimes people ask me if it hurts. The answer is no. None of that heat is traveling far enough to hurt him in any way. Yeah, so no. So it's basically oh gosh, it's a little bit abstract to explain. Sometimes it's easier when you can actually see it with your own eyes. But could we actually put the Reticello image that we have from the museum up on the screen? Here we go. This is going to help you kind of visualize it a little bit better. So you can notice that what we're doing is we are creating two different twisted cane patterns. We're overlaying them onto one another. And so when we create that overlay, it leaves that small gap of air between where that cross section happens. And it just so happens that that small gap creates that minuscule air bubble, very small. Depending on how thick your cane is, right, it can change the size of your air bubble, but usually they're very, very small. So that kind of gives you a little bit of like a drawn perspective as to how that would work. Yeah, of course. Reticello is honestly probably one of my favorite patterns in glass. I think that it's pretty incredible. And it takes a lot of work and a lot of practice to be able to get that even cross section and get those air bubbles to be kind of perfectly lined up with one another. Thank you for the image. So again, I pointed out earlier that you're going to see we're using our very, very large glory hole today. So the big glowing furnace is, I think, the biggest one that we have. And it's just because we are anticipating and prepared for it to get very large. So the one that we made this morning was pretty big. Right now, it's a little bit hard to kind of put it into perspective how big it's going to get. But I think that the glory hole that we're using kind of gives you a little bit of a hint that it's going to get pretty large. So thankfully, someone in the audience who's actually a glassblower herself, she actually found kind of the answer. Corning Museum has a little like small article about why it's called the glory hole. And so you can always take a read on that. I always encourage people to look things up because glass information is, all over the internet now, thankfully, right? But I bet even the answer was probably somewhere. Yeah, the halo effect that happens. All right, so I just want to kind of check in with everybody. We have gotten to see quite a bit of movement happening, right? Some things have started to take shape, and we're starting to see things grow in certain ways. One of the main things that we all got to see is that we added an element onto kind of what our base is right now. So almost identical to what is already on our pipe, we went ahead and added on. I don't believe that it has any of that reticello patterning to it. I think it's just one solid color from the looks of it. But you'll see that we're starting to blowtorch and get that opening to this new element that we added on really, really hot. So we're trying to heat it up because eventually we're going to actually be turning it into one of those yo-yo discs, right? It's going to become one of those flat discs. So you can see we're starting to use the glory hole for all that we can. So we're starting to open those doors. We're starting to really use all of that heat that we can get from it. And we're also using a lot of its, size now, right? We've really grown how big our piece is. Again, using that blowtorch, continuing to heat it up. You're also going to start to notice that we're not going to be kind of lifting and going to and from the bench quite as often anymore because, as you can imagine, we have accumulated quite a lot of weight. So it's gotten really heavy. Not only is it already heavy on its own, but we've also put it on the end of a pipe, right? So all this weight is not evenly dispersed on either side. We have it all on that one side, and so lifting and carrying it to and from can get very exhausting. And of course, I was just having a conversation. I always like to remind people that our glass blowers here at the museum and the glass blowers that you're seeing on the floor supporting Jason and his work have been doing this for a very long time. And so they oftentimes make it look very effortless, sometimes even easy, when in fact it is very far from it. Again, our glass blowers here at the museum have like over 30 years of glass blowing experience. And so they might make it look like you could do it. And I love to believe that we could all go and do this, but man, we definitely couldn't. So that's just your little reminder that it's kind of awesome how incredible they are at what they do because it makes it really magical for us as viewers right now to see them working with such a massive amount of glass. Best way I can tell it to you. It's what we call metal oxides. Okay. So the metal oxides are what actually color the glass. So things like silvers or gold or cobalt, zinc. So all these kind of metals can actually color the glass. So like to get a blue, you would use cobalt to make a cobalt blue, right? Like a really dark blue. And like pink and kind of these very magenta colors are really rare and super expensive because they're made with gold. Yeah. So it's all those kind of metals that end up making the color, and it gets pre-made. So they come in like bars of color that we then can like break into smaller pieces and use.
Do you just buy the glass and then they work with it, or
Yeah,
do you?
pretty much. Yeah. There's a place called Olympic Color Rods. That's usually where we get a lot of our glass color.
Okay.
So they make it all, and then we buy it from them, and then we use it in our glass.
Cool.
So everything that they get out of the glass furnaces, like when they actually go and get a new layer of glass, is clear. It doesn't have any color to it, so we actually have to add the color.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
You buy the stuff.
But we buy the color, yeah, and then we add it. We heat it up, and then we add it. So it's like, a little bit of like a chain of reactions.
Okay.
that make sense? Yeah. Yeah, cool. All right, so we're starting to see that opening that we had left over from that new piece that we added on, we're starting to be able to actually open it up just by applying that heat, getting it really hot, and then starting to kind of push and apply that pressure and get those walls to move outwards. Again, this is what we got out of our garage. So previously I had mentioned that we had something kind of waiting in the garage. That's where we got that piece that we added on. So it was really important that we kind of had that prep work done so that it was already ready for us to go, so that we could just kind of grab it out of our garage and stick it on there and be able to continue the process forward. So oftentimes when we come back from lunch, or if you're here early in the morning, we'll be doing a lot of prep work to be ready for these larger pieces to kind of all come together at once, so that it's not any sort of kind of waiting game. So you'll see right now, it looks like we have like a big bowl, basically, right? Like this huge bowl on the end. And that's just because once the glass cools down, there's not much movement that's going to happen. It's not going to continue kind of fanning open. And so we have to continuously be going back and forth, getting it hot again, bringing it back out, moving it as much as we can. Again, it is very hot in our hot shop because we are using this giant glory hole today. So I, again, will remind everyone in here, stay hydrated. If you start to not feel very well, go get yourself some water. Go step into the AC in the rest of the museum. Because every time that we open up that big door and we allow all that heat to come out, it's coming straight towards you guys. So you're going to see now that we don't have a bowl anymore. We've gone from a bowl to a plate. And this is because what they did is they actually started spinning the glass on the inside of that glory hole. And as they spun it, it started to open it up. So we're going to be continuing to make sure that we flatten it out all the way. They're going to be shaping and getting it all perfect for what he's wanting it to look like. But basically what we did is we just made what we call a rondelle. So this is when we actually kind of spin the glass and it causes it to fan open and create like basically a giant dinner platter. You're going to see our artist, Jason Christian. He's now going in, starting to make some small adjustments to the edges. Some of the yo-yos, I've noticed that he kind of curves the edges in a little bit so that it gives that look of the outside of that yo-yo, because the edges kind of come inwards where the string goes. So he's going to be kind of adjusting a little bit, just shaping it out. And now, once you get that profile view, you can start to kind of see how we curved those edges in a little bit, how we kind of pushed them in to kind of round it out and create that, like, kind of rounded edge instead of it being straight out. kind of talked about the crisscrossing pattern. Alrighty, so we are getting closer to the point where we're actually going to be bringing over a new pipe and attaching it onto the kind of open side that we have here with our flat disc. You'll notice that they've been preparing the new pipe, what we call the puntee, off to the side. And then we've also drawn the actual point of connection onto the end of the glass. So you can see it on the big screen. There's kind of this drawn circle where we're going to be placing that new pipe. And then we're going to be breaking off of our original blowpipe that we are currently on. So you can see, here comes that new pipe. We're going to go ahead and torch it so that it's really nice and hot. We want to make sure that we're going to be able to connect these two and that they're going to hold together really nice and tight, because we don't want any chances of it not staying attached. And for those of you that are maybe more recently joining us, we are working on these large glass yo-yos with our visiting artist, Jason Christian, who is working on these installation of these giant yo-yos that he makes. If we could actually throw the example up on the screen of the yo-yos that he has done in the past. Can I go ahead and see that yo-yo image on the screen? Thank you. So this gives a example to everyone here in the audience, kind of what the final idea is going to be, or what we're creating, what we're working on right now. You can see that they kind of have a range in size. But I was explaining to people that this image definitely makes it look like they're going to be a lot smaller than they are in reality. So yeah, you're getting to see one of the larger yo-yos. Thank you. Can we go back to the hot shop? We're going to go ahead and make that attachment to our new pipe. And then some of you might have been here when I talked about it earlier, but it's been quite a while. We are going to go ahead and break off from what we call the jack line. So this is a really important element in glass blowing because it's basically a weak spot in the glass where we're going to be able to kind of attack the glass from. We're going to grab a little bit of water. We're going to go ahead, kind of file in that area and tap it off. Yeah, a round of applause. So we have successfully gotten onto our new pipe. That means we're now going to have access to that other side of the glass. We're going to be able to kind of continue working with that yo-yo, eventually be able to open up that other side, create that other disc. right, so we've gotten back to this kind of familiar point where we have almost like a bowl shape on the end of our glass. For those of you that are recently joining, we are making these large yo-yos. So what we're doing is we're trying to get this end to actually flatten out and turn into a disc, just like the other side, which we had previously done not too long ago. So you're seeing the process of us starting to kind of open up those walls and go from having this kind of large bubble to a bowl, and then eventually to this flat disc that then will get shaped to match the one on the other side. So you'll notice that we went into our reheating chamber, right? This big, huge, round furnace that we're using. We went in with this bowl shape, and then we came out with this flat disc, what we would call a rondelle. And we did that by actually spinning and rotating the glass fast enough that it caused those edges to actually fan open. So now we have that kind of flat disc that we're looking for. Our artist, Jason, he's going to go in, start to make those adjustments. We're going to see those edges get curved in a little bit, kind of to create that outside shell of the yo-yo. And this disc that we're working on now, that we have officially kind of spun open, is actually the one that has the reticello patterning on it. So again, Jason is very well known for his glass patterns and the very unique, intricate line work and patterning that he does on the glass. So if you look close enough, you'll actually be able to see that reticello, which is that crossing, kind of creating these intersections of crisscrossing lines that then actually creates these small, minuscule air bubbles in those cross sections. So you will see him now going in, starting to shape out that disc, starting to kind of round out that edge. Again, you can see on the previous disc that we completed not too long ago how those edges start to kind of come in towards the center of the yo-yo. And so he's going in, creating that now. You'll also see that we can kind of get the full image of that marble in the center where the yo-yo string would wrap. And now that like outer shell of the two sides of the yo-yo. So it looks like we are getting closer and closer to kind of the finish line for this piece. So this is really when I tell people, like, try to get any pictures that you'd like of it now, because we are going to be getting ready to call it finished and put it away into the annealer, where it will be able to slowly cool down over a longer period of time. You'll see that they're using all their blow torches and the hot torch to target specific areas and kind of hit it with a little bit of heat. This is mostly just so that we can get it ready to be broken off and put away. It's also to make sure that when we do go to break it off, that there's no weak spots, any cold spots in the glass, where then we could have any cracking or breaking of the glass. So we're trying to make sure that the temperature is really good across the entire piece. But we are in the kind of finish line. We're getting really close to being done. need to melt pieces down, create sheets. So sometimes you'll see us doing that, but yeah, it's pretty incredible. All right, so we always know that we are really about ready to put it away. As soon as we see one of the glass blowers kind of go off to the side and start getting dressed in all of the appropriate clothing to be able to actually carry the finished product away to the annealer, So again, we're going to be putting this away into one of the big black boxes that you see on either side of the hot shop. My guess is going to be that it's this one over here. So you're going to see that we're actually going to be carrying it. So he's getting dressed so that he'll be able to actually by hand carry that glass over and place it into the annealer. It'll sit in that annealer depending on how long we want to anneal it for, but it'll slowly cool down. Usually it's overnight, so about 12 hours. Sometimes it can be a lot longer, just depending on the thickness of that glass. So in our case, we might be looking at 12, 24 hours, could be longer. But it'll be able to safely stay in that annealer and slowly cool down. And then eventually we'll be able to pull it out and see it finished at that, room temperature. But of course, we're only getting to see about half the progress or the process itself, because a lot of the process is also going to be cold working, which is something that we don't get to see because it's kind of a little bit behind the scenes. That's when we do a lot of the grinding and kind of finishing touches to make sure that any rough edges have been removed, any sand blasting that we want to do is added, certain elements that we can't do while the glass is still hot. All right, folks, so we just heard the cue that it's our last flash. So that means this is our last time going into the glory hole, the last time we're going to get heat on our piece. That means this time it's go time. We're going to be breaking it off. So this is definitely one of the most exciting parts that we all get to see. A little bit of water Going in with those shears, you're going to see him kind of chomp down and break it off. And it goes and gets carried away to that annealer where it will be safely put away. Let's give him one more round of applause. All right, so after about 2.5 hours, I think our glass blowers are going to need a little moment to kind of recoup, and then they should be moving on to the next thing. Can't promise it's going to be quite as incredible and masterful and huge as our last one, since it did take so long, but you will expect to see something happening here shortly. If you're headed out, thank you for visiting the museum. We hope to see you again soon. Welcome in, you guys. We are doing a pretty relaxed last hour for the rest of today. We ended up working on a really big piece that took us 2.5 hours, so our glass blowers are pretty exhausted, and it's pretty hot in here today. So we are starting to work on some smaller blown bottles. So you're free to hang out and kind of watch and observe. We are doing this at 2 separate benches, so you can actually get a look at kind of both these 2 separate teams working on the same end goal. And they're using a color, so you can actually see that glass color get used. They're actually rolling it onto the surface of the hot glass and then allowing it to kind of melt in and create a new layer of color. And so as the glass starts to cool down, you start to see that color show up a lot more. But yeah, on this side, it looks like they just recently started, so we still have just kind of a mass of glass on the end of the pipe, whereas off to the other side, it looks like we're getting ready to actually transfer onto a new pipe so that we can work with the opening to the bottle. So you can kind of see like 2 different phases of the process. But if you have any questions about anything that you're getting to watch, let me know. And you, of course, are free to kind of walk around the whole place, get some good angles and some good views of everything going on. For those of you joining us, welcome into our hot shop here at the museum. I'm going to be kind of just your MC, but since they're going to be doing a pretty simple process and kind of repeating it over and over until we're done for the day, I'm just here if you have any questions. So if anything comes up while you're watching kind of their live demo, let me know. I'm here to kind of inform you in any way that I can. But they're working on these blown bottles right now, so both benches on either side of the hot shop are working on the same thing. Just at a little bit of a different stage is what you'll start to notice, that one team might be finishing while another is maybe still kind of in the middle of the process. You'll also notice that these are colored, so they do have color to them that we are adding on as well. So again, if you have any questions, let me know. But otherwise, I'll just be kind of hanging out, letting you guys enjoy the last kind of stretch of our day. We did work on a pretty large 2.5 hour long piece. So our glass blowers decided for the last hour of today they were going to work on something a little bit more calm, a little bit more relaxed. So yeah, I hope you enjoy, and if you have anything that you come up with, please let me know. So for the two of you that recently joined us and those of you just coming in now, I had let everybody know that we're basically kind of chilling and relaxing for the last kind of stretch of our day because we did work on a piece that took us about 2.5 hours to complete. It was very, very large. We had the big reheating chamber on, and so it was super hot in here. So we're now working on these smaller blown bottles right now. So you might have seen some of them getting finished and put away. They're colored this very beautiful kind of blue color, and that's what we'll be working on for the rest of today. Since the process is pretty kind of rinse and repeat, I won't be kind of walking you through every single step, but if you have any questions that come up while you are watching, both benches will be working simultaneously. So there's like one team over on this side that's going to be working and then another over here most likely. So again, if you have any questions that come up while you're kind of observing, let me know. I'm here to answer them. But otherwise, I'm going to let you just kind of enjoy as we, get close to that last half hour of the day. What, did you have more? So I'll kind of like walk you through some of the stuff that we can do. Of course, it would take probably all day for me to tell you every single process we can do. But how we get colored glass is we don't make it here in the museum or anything. We outsource it, so we usually purchase it from another company. And it'll oftentimes either come in a bar form, so it'll kind of look almost like this, but a lot longer. It'll come in something that we call frit, which is like a kind of rocky texture, right? Kind of almost pebbly, that we can roll onto the surface of the glass. Or it'll be a powder, same thing where we roll it onto that surface, or sometimes even sift it, like we'll actually kind of dust it onto the surface. But the color itself is made by putting metal oxides into the glass. So things like cobalt, zinc, oftentimes like even gold, silver, these metals that we know from like the periodic table will get mixed into the glass solution and it'll actually create that color. So it's very interesting. A lot of kind of chemistry and science goes into that. But then we get the color and then we decide, how we want to put it on. Sometimes we'll make cane, so you can actually get a closer look at what cane looks like down here. You can also see there's other, kind of examples of what can be made with that color to then create, patterns in the glass. We can create like crisscross kind of like patterns or stripes, or we can create kind of these like wavy lines. Thank you. Here's a little like kind of example of some other cane types. So you can see that they come in all shapes, sizes, forms, patterns. And one of the most interesting is going to be that Marini, which usually has an image of some sort on the cross section, so the inside of the glass. So you can make like little pictures that then can get put onto the glass. So lots of detailed type of stuff can go into it. Or sometimes we can take just a very basic color and color the entire thing. So kind of like we're doing right now, we're taking this, I think, a frit. So it's more of a kind of chunky, crushed up glass color. We're rolling it onto the surface of that glass, and it's coloring the glass by creating this new layer of color. Does that make sense? Kind of like, it's a little bit abstract to kind of explain without being able to exactly show you. But like today we were making a yo-yo made from a pattern that we call reticello. So if we could actually get the reticello chalk drawing up on the screen, that would be awesome. Yeah. So this kind of shows you how we take those pieces of cane, and in the certain way that we kind of overlay them with each other creates that very intricate, striping, crisscrossing, almost checkerboard pattern that then also traps a very small air bubble in that cross section as well. So it can go from things very simple as just one solid color to overlaying multiple colors to creating very intricate patterns. Yeah, I hope that's helpful. Of course. Thank you for the image. We can go back to the hot shop. So we aren't doing anything super crazy today for the rest of the day. But earlier, like I had mentioned, our visiting artist who's here, Jason Christian, he is very well known for his reticello work. And so actually, if we could put up the image of the yo-yos so that the audience can see what we were kind of working on earlier, this shows you like some of those yo-yos that we actually made earlier. We made one that was huge. I mean, huge. And one of the sides of the yo-yo had that reticello pattern that you can actually see on that large orange one, kind of off to this left side of the image. Yeah, so very, very cool. Lots of crazy pattern work Jason is known for doing. So we did that earlier today, but it was a lot of work to produce something so large. So we're kind of having them, they're taking a little bit of a break. We're making some of these smaller bottle figures. And it looks like we're even using a different color over here now. So it's more of like maybe a whitish color. It can be a little bit hard to tell the exact color right now because of how hot the glass is. So what we're seeing is not fully accurate because that heat does distort the color. So you won't actually be able to see the genuine color until the glass is, cooled to this room temperature. But again, it looks like one of our benches is getting close to being ready to switch onto a new pipe. So we're actually going to be breaking off of the pipe that we're currently on, and we're going to rotate onto a new one so that we can have access to the open end that's going to be left over from the blowpipe. So we're actually blowing air into the glass, which then leaves an opening into the inside of the glass piece. So that's how we're going to be able to actually change the mouth of the bottle, is we will break it off of its pipe and have it be established onto a new one so that we can work with the other side. So this kind of group over here, this team off to this side, is a little bit farther ahead than the team that we have over here. They are just starting, so they still have just, a mass of glass on the end of their pipe that still needs to be shaped and blown into. So you get to see kind of like the different steps that go into it and kind of see it happening at different kind of rates. I will say that since it's a little hard for me to see past this big box here, I'm probably going to be mostly talking about my glass blowers off to the right side of the hot shop. But that doesn't mean, you can't go and kind of get a look at what they're doing over here and, even walk yourself up onto the balcony. I always say it gets you a really great view of everything going on.